go. Live from the new office with more Cauldron Chronicles development. That's all I have to say. Copy, paste. Here we go. One thing though is that this is now very close to my face, and it's kind of stretched to its limit, you know, because it is a boom. I mean, I can move it up just like a little bit. The further away it gets, the less it's actually going to hit. Here, hold on, maybe I'll do this. Let's mute you guys for 1 second. I think that's a little bit better. It's still kind of in my face, but it is what it is. Because I lowered my desk. It was all the way up at max height before, and I lowered it to the lowest height. I'm kind of wishing I had put it on the middle height. But I don't really want to go through that process again because I was lowering it. I was lowering it by taking the load on my back, like getting under my desk, on my knees, perfect, you know, gay pride month position, and taking the load of the desk, the weight, taking the weight of the desk on my back, taking out all the screws. There's 4 screws to hold each leg in place. And lowering it, setting my desk on a tilt, which is pretty scary because I have, you know, some expensive stuff on here. And then going to the other side, taking the weight of the desk again, unscrewing it, lowering it, and then I have to screw it back in. And it wasn't the greatest. Of all the things that I've done, that was certainly not one that I won't want to repeat. Okay. Let me quickly load up a new window here so we can increase the streaming pool. And then I will fix those 2 issues that I had yesterday. Friday, not yesterday. We had a bit of a hole here. It's an easy fix. Micro wrapper. I have done a couple wraps. I'm not very good at it though. They were about RuneScape, so I don't know if anybody wants to watch those. There we go. Just so you guys don't call a scam, let me do those, what was it, planks, and we'll do some push-ups so that you guys don't think it's a scam. That's what we'll do. Meanwhile, you can stare at the mushrooms and crystal. Okay, where can I... 3, 4... I did my planks and push-up from Friday. Now you guys can't bitch and moan. You'll find something else to bitch and moan about, though, that's for sure. If there's one thing we're all good at here in this channel, it's complaining. Speaking of complaining, actually, I will spend a little bit of the stream, maybe a couple hours or so, and we're gonna watch some of the Summer Games Fest trailers that have come out. I've only seen one, and that was the Stalker 2 trailer. So I have yet to see anything else. Okay, better. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that it was all kind of until Xbox comes along. Well, with some indies, and the PC Gamer one was odd. PC Gamer one is usually not that bad. It usually has some pretty good stuff. Was this year just really shit? When's Devolver? Cringe performance, mixed bag of games. Yeah. Anytime they try to do some performance, it always fucking fails. Oh wait, that was... Devolver's on already. Okay, so Devolver just didn't have anything big to show. Eh. Kind of a bad year then. Let's continue with this writing of this character, Spoon. Daily Huddle. Story, string story. I think these are the 4 we need to open. Although I want the strings open because there was the... Oh no, we changed that, okay. Okay, then yeah, we can just keep writing this story. Yeah, there was one thing I wanted to do with the dialogue here, which was to map it out. Like flowchart it. Dialogue. And I'm just going to use draw.io. Game dev. Cauldron Chronicles. Can I make a new folder in here? No. Shit, give me 1 second. Let me do that. Damn you. To verify your account. Bitch, I don't have the password. Okay, whatever. Put it in the Cauldron Chronicles folder. Theme. Can I have it be dark? Oh, here we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so I wanted to map this out in a pretty sensible way, and I want to include this ID because I think that this is really important to include and get correct. And if we can maintain this consistency, it may not be the best, but it at least will be consistent. Okay, let's see. I just have to remind myself about how everything was working. We had the personal loop. Oh, we wanted to do one thing too. We wanted to separate dialogue loops from the dialogue. Or I think it was the personal questions. We gotta think about that a bit more. I like the purpose of doing it, I just don't know how I want to do it specifically. There's also a couple of, I guess, smaller details of the loops that we need to properly create, which is we have this like relationship number, and it will go up and down depending on certain things that you say or do to the NPC or for the NPC. Some of the things you might say in response could anger the NPC, it could make the NPC like you more and agree with you, all along that spectrum. And I want to make sure that it can't be cheesed, so that when you reply with something that has that effect, that it locks out the other options. And there is a way that we can do it now with saved choices, but I'm not sure if I want to use the choices to handle that, or if I'd rather use what am I thinking here? Or if I'd rather use some other method of doing it, where we use like an enum or something that, I don't know, lock other choices when selected. We'd still have to save the ID of that choice, I guess. Although I guess we don't. I mean, we have title string IDs, and they would, in a lot of cases, be unique. We gotta see about it. If we do want to use the save choices method, with these, then I would at least like to add another boolean here of whether or not it's or an enum of the type of choice that it is. If it's just a choice that's meant to be used in data, and it's never really that relevant to the player, or if it's a choice that has large relevance to the story, and we want to, Telltale style, remember the choices that the community makes and show that to players at like the end of the game. That to me would be pretty cool. But it wouldn't require you to be online, it just wouldn't show you the percentages from the community if you weren't online. So I want to make that clear too. It's not going to be an online only game or anything. Just here's a little bit of extra benefit if you are online and share your data. Okay, so let's see. We need to make a template. Sorry. So this will be a page. I'm not going to write lines in here in the flowchart. I'm going to write summaries of what the text should talk about. So if we were asking like Spoon about his homeland, it would just say, Spoon talks about living in the sewers. That's it. But it needs to have a page ID, which I'm thinking we put under here. And then we'll do something else for choices. We could recolor them. The dark kind of looks... Hey Kent, happy Monday. Happy Monday, man. It's good to be back. I really missed streaming. I missed working on the game. Now I don't have an excuse to brush off my business emails though, so that's wonderful. Oh, it's 9/11. Never forget. Wait, why is my phone... Is my phone time wrong or the computer time wrong? My phone says 9/11. Hold on, let's see. Get time automatically. Okay, my computer time was wrong. Why does that always happen? That is not the first time that that's happened. 8, 9. Okay, better. Can I not make that smaller? I do remember at some point we were talking about separating story files by character as well. Although F names are hashed, so I don't think it's that... I don't think it's that much of effort from Unreal's side to loop through these. Thief, 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 thief. Where was it here? Okay, so we had the dialogue loop personal, lore loop personal. What did that look like? Yeah, I remember now. Look at this, how did you get your name? And we had 2 choices, and then each of those had a bit more option as well to them. And then it leads back to the lore loop. We don't have any way to go back from the lore loop, though. Let's start here. Let's start here. I'm gonna sneeze. How did Spoon get his name? Nope, just kidding, not gonna sneeze. Damn it. So I'll put the ID down here. Maybe as it's a choice, we'll go with red instead. Where's my custom shapes? There we go. Okay, can I ask something? I'd like to know a more personal question as what led to this. This is the personal lore loop. This is kind of the entry point to the personal lore loop. Personal lore loop entry. And then we have a few options. How did Spoon get his name? Let's make these like this for now. And there were a few other questions, right? Did we write them? I don't see them. Personal C1. Oh yeah, here they are. I'm going to group these together. Okay, we have 8 choices in total, so we need to add 7 more. Four, 5, 6, 7. How did Spoon get his name? Where does Spoon come from? Do you have any family? Does Spoon have any family? Does Spoon have any friends? Is there anything Spoon is afraid of? Okay, the answer for is there anything Spoon is afraid of needs to be fork. He just needs to say fork. And then you need to press him on it and he'll be like, oh, it's this asshole sewer goblin. My brother. Does Spoon Have any big dreams? Spoon done anything crazy? Does Spoon have any secrets? Okay, so these are the 8 choices for the personal loop. We're gonna put these in here. Six, 7, 8. And we'll connect them up. I really wish I could choose default styles. How do I do that? Page setup. No. Properties. No. Okay, I can't do it. Hey, connect. There we go. I mean, maybe that style is better, to be honest. Okay, perfect. Let's flesh out the how did Spoon get his name to what we have in the game right now, just so I can kind of get a sense of how large it is and how it feels. And then we'll maybe add some elements to these. We do need to add a little bit of extra stuff to this grouping. ID. And do like save choice ID. But that's specifically for choices, and I want to include pages in here too. Can also have requirements. value. Sub value. If I lock that, does that mean it can't be moved? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's fine. I think technically I could make changes to its properties to not be editable. Yeah. That'll work. Some of them might have multiple requirements as well. Let's see. We do have the lines in here as well. What the fuck did I do? What did I do? So this will be a choice. Like red is choice. I think that's pretty good for a choice. I guess we could include rewards as well. Like ID. Requirements. Save choice. Hold on, give me 1 second. about that. I think I got a my IKEA package. I ordered a table. And I think this is the table. Let's check it. Let's do an unboxing. I don't know how much you guys can see though. Okay, that's pretty good size. Yeah, I think this is pretty good size. I'll make it after I'm done streaming today. But I just need that for like some knickknacks and my printer that I have. Not too bad. Not too bad. Good stuff. Okay, put it over here. Actually, they didn't say that it was going to arrive today, but good on them. And if you were here with me on Friday when I talked about my story with the courier service DPD, I got this IKEA thing through GOS. They didn't have any problem delivering here. This fucking DPD is a piece of shit. Now let's get back to our story. Good though, that's cool. I think another thing too, I have some soundproofing foam coming from Temu. It should be 48 1 foot by 1 foot panels, and then 8 corner panels. So I'm thinking of putting 2 panels in each corner, and then just littering the 48 square panels throughout the room somewhere. Primarily, I guess, here and here. I think that will block most of the sound waves to prevent the echoing. We'll see. I've never done it before. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's get back into this. Save choice ID reward. We don't have any rewards yet. Well, we do have rewards, but they're for... Alright, calm down. I'm not Jeremy Sewell. We do have rewards, but they're for when you complete a commission. That's what I was thinking of. Target page ID. We are going to need that. Well, Not really, because we have the page ID here. Voice. Choices will lead to pages. So, like, for instance, how did Spoon get his name? Leads to this page. And I want the text to overflow. Oh. It doesn't do per character overflow. Oops. Can I change that? Text overflow. Fill. No. Okay, we'll do it this way. We'll do page ID. Line ID. This is so big. Page 1, line 1. Okay, Spoon talks about name. We could also do like page above with choices underneath. So like we would have page above the choices. Instead of going just left to right in that kind of way, we could do page above choices, and then they lead to next page, to different pages which have choices underneath. I'm not sure how we want to do it. Page ID, line ID. I mean, that's pretty much the only thing relevant for pages is just what's the ID and what's the line, and that way we can lead into it. So the choice would then lead into here. Why is that orange? Where did I fuck up with changing the default style? God damn it. Whatever, now my default line color is orange. Whatever. Okay, so choice leads to page, which will lead or have more choices underneath it. And specifically, this answer had 2 choices. Which was, what do you mean, and I like Spoon, it's cute. I don't like that. I think I prefer this method. Mean, like Spoon, cute. God, the IDs are not going to be long enough though. Or the box to hold the IDs isn't going to be long enough. I don't really want to make the text smaller though, it's already pretty small. Yeah, it's already really hard to see. I mean, I can zoom in. I just need to be able to write it reasonably well, and then copy and paste it, and that's about it. Okay, 11 is the smallest I can go. And I guess we could just increase the size of these boxes a bit. Okay. Yeah, I prefer that. So that's good for choices. That's good for pages. I think that's about everything. And we just keep going deeper. I guess with saved choice ID, we can also do the value, the saved choice value as well. Save choice ID, save value. That looks good. Let's copy this. We'll delete what's in here. Group it together, throw it in the scratch pad. Copy this, delete, delete, group, scratch pad. Okay, I'm gonna fix this default style bullshit right now. Right here, right now. Oh, no, don't do that. God, it fucked everything up. You know what, it's fine, whatever, just leave it like this. I don't care enough. I've lost all semblance of caring. Okay, I care again. Son of a bitch. I mean, I could just make a new diagram. They should remain in my scratch pad. Let me do that. We'll start fresh. Perfect. Okay, page ID, line ID. This is going to be for the personal loop entry point, which is somewhere. Lore loop personal base. I think this is it. I guess we could even just start from the lore loop base instead of just going to like the personal. We'll just start from the base of the lore loop. Okay, lore loop base, line ID. And that line is what? So what would you like to know? What would you like to know, chat? What have you always wanted to know? Did you know that flatworms will fight each other with their penises? It's called penis fencing. And if you think I'm making that up, look up flatworm penis fencing. It is real. Is that what you wanted to know on Monday? June 10th of 2024? Okay, so this is where we can ask about personal, race, world, and golem stone. Why would that not be in the world, though? Whatever. Okay, personal C. Two, three. This is race, world. See, this is this is a bit of a long ID. This is one of those cases of we'll have to expand it as necessary and break our neat little squares. This requires, well, we're missing one thing, the type of requirement that it is. So we have value and sub-value, but we also need type. We'll fix that. Type. There we go. Group, scratchpad, delete this one. And we'll remake these. Alright, bitches, come up. Okay. That's a good start. Personal choice. I'd like to ask a more personal question. And I think he responds with the same thing. Let me check. ST Thief Lore Loot Base 1. Yeah, it's the same thing. And the page ID is Lore Loop Personal Base. So in this way we can know exactly what the ID is for the page that it leads to. Now as we write more of this, we'll probably want to give it a lot more space. I don't know if Draw.io has a limit of the number of items you can put into one diagram or if it starts really lagging hard. But I think Draw.io has a desktop application which would probably run better than running it through a browser. So if we need to, we can do it that way. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it does. We'll download that if we need to, which we probably will at some point. Okay, so what would you like to know? We have these are the 8 questions that we have for him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, they got like grouped together. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let's not do it that way then. We'll start with 1. ID. Or loop personal choice 1. How did you get your name? And that will lead to page 1. I don't like that they group together. Oh, that really bugs me. Can I turn that off? I don't like that feature. Whatever. Just do it. Okay, page 1. ST Thief Lore Loop Personal, page 1. And then line 1 is the line ID. How did you get your name? I want to know why. And then there's 2 choices. What do you mean? And I like Spoon, it's cute. This is page 1, choice 1. Okay. And then choice 2. Now this leads to 2 different branching paths within this, you asking about his name. And this is one of those cases where I'd only want to show the player well, this might be one of the cases. Let's put it this way. This might be one of the cases where I would only want the player to be able to choose one of these. And then once they choose that, they're locked in for having chosen that for the rest of the game, essentially. But I don't know if I want to do that here. Where do you come from? Do you have any family? Do you have any friends? Anything you were afraid of? Any big dreams for you, Spoon? Done anything crazy? Oh, I rode in a sewer race. And I won. We'll make that a feature of the sewers in what's it called? Golem Stone. That they held races in the sewers. And 1 year, Spoon won. 2 more. Looks good. Yeah, see, we're only expanding on one of these right now. It's just going to be so much writing, so much data. Okay, these both lead to their own pages. Let's see, what do you mean leads to page 1, sub-page 1? Which then has line 1. And again, these are not going to end up being long enough, of course. Let's fix that. Okay, that's good. Connect. Connect. Subpage 1, subpage 2. So yeah, this is where it starts to diverge quite heavily. Is it raining? Yeah, it's raining. Wonderful. Why aren't these grouped together? Kind of weird. For some reason these aren't grouped. Really coming down. Okay, so this is what do you mean? Well, we live in sewers, right? This is another case where I think we could make this page larger. Shrink the text a bit. It is at 17. Like, choices will for sure be smaller in size than... I think most of the time choices will be smaller in size of responses than your... than the responses that the NPCs give back to you. Although the moment I said that, I started doubting myself. Well, if we limit the responses that the player can give to a small size just to fit within the window, then we might be shooting ourselves in the foot a bit with potential for deeper conversations, as opposed to you just kind of being a yes or no single sentence response kind of situation. Why do I have a Discord friend request from Window 11? Yeah, let me accept that. That sounds like a great conversation waiting to happen. Microsoft is finally gonna get me through Discord because I haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet. Sounds about right. Yeah, see, I think this would look better for pages. Gives me more space to work with. It's chunkier, but it's a good thing in this case. Yeah. It's so frustrating, I can't straighten it out. There we go. Good enough. Okay, so off of this one, we have one choice. We have two choices. Choice 2. First one is, how many friends did you have named Turd? What did we write? What is this character even? We'll need to make another thing too of just a small like I just kind of thought about it, but we need to like turn to loop. And this needs to be the page of the personal. Oops. Color's kind of wild, but it'll work. That way we can say, okay, this part of it is done, return to this page, essentially. And that's the target page ID. But we don't have to get there yet. We have one page here with that as the ID, that is the line, and this is enough to clog the drains. Response. And it's just IC. And then we return to... Oh, I wish I could... Ugh, it's annoying. Okay, I can make this a different way. We know it's a return to loop, so we'll do RTL. And that's this one. Stop it. Okay, now we can connect to the middle of that. Okay, you definitely lucked out then. ain't that the truth? Spoon's got 2 O's in it. Nothing luckier than 2 O's. Dude, so true. I never thought about it that way. What an insightful goblin. Find unfinished Aventil potions, I profit a tiny bit and get 250k XP an hour. That's pretty fucking good. I got like 250k prayer XP last night from all the Varlamore stuff. Like all the blessed bone shards. It was pretty decent. That saved me some money. But dude, congrats on the fire cape. That is it's about as game changing as the Slayer helm. The imbued Slayer helm. Okay, that covers that. What are you making with Avento that there's a tiny profit on? The one where you mix it with the Mortmire fungus or something? Super energy. Really, there's a profit in super energy potions? Yeah, with the Mortmire. So it doesn't really include the Amulet of Chemistry boost that you get from that. Where's energy? Oh, here it is. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good one to make. That and super strengths. Although super energy is definitely a good way to go right now. Tiny like 20k for 100 potions, but the 4 doses are worth a lot. Yeah, like... No, that's a really good choice. Depending on prices, even Bastion potions might be good to make. Ooh, I might have to look into that after work. But GE prices are different than actual prices, right? 19,145, and they're selling for about 19.3. Hey, you can get them below 19 though, if you wait a bit. The problem is, if you wanted to make these and actually make like any amount of XP, you'd have to dump a lot of money into them. Yeah, you'd have to bankroll yourself for a couple 100 million if you wanted to do anything reasonable. Which I could do, but I don't know, we'll see. I mean, Bastion potions are certainly worth it. No doubt about that. Okay, let's see. Not sure what that word means. There are 2 choices here. I'm still waiting for my spider egg. investment to pay off. But I'm not in any rush. I can wait. I think when the new boss comes out, they'll boost up a bit. Page 1, subpage 2, choice 1, and choice 2. There's, yeah, it's an insult. And no, it's not an insult, it's a compliment. Okay, yes, it's an insult, and this leads to... subpage 2, subpage 1, and then line 1. You can say fair enough or sorry, but I think they both lead to the same thing, right? Yeah. Choice 1, choice 2. And it's fair enough. Sorry. But they both lead to this, essentially. Move this down a bit. Okay, this is where he says, well, thank you. The subpage 2, subpage 2. Oops. Put that there. Okay, and this should effectively recreate what we made last week, but in visual form. Where to go? And this is all from just this one. So if this single choice can lead down this rabbit hole, we have a lot of writing ahead of us, that's for sure. And a lot of data management. This is gonna be a lot of work. But I'm hoping then we can we'll write this next one here and see how easy it is to transfer it over.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business.
Liren, thank you for the raid, man.
The three of us
Welcome,
combining
guys.
our ingredients, making like one gigantic, delicious cream pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
What's up, guys? How you doing, Liren? Where do you come from? Okay. Maybe there's some way we can track what we've implemented so far too. Maybe just with a giant box. Hey, Sir Hugsalot. Good to see you. Been a while. Maybe we'll just put a giant box back here. Bright. Some bright color. That'll work. 2 back. And we can say this has been implemented. Next up, we need to ask Spoon, he's our goblin, where he comes from. We asked him about his name. He talks about poop and sewers. And now we need to ask him where he comes from. And I think this is the one where we save information that you've asked him about Golemwood, his hometown. I think. Or we meant to. Yeah, asked Lord of Golemstone asked Thief. Requires this. Maybe we don't have it saved somewhere? Hold on. No, we don't. But it should be here. Where do you come from? Saved choice ID. Asked Thief about Golemstone. Saved value is true. And then this has the requirement type choice value subvalue true. Perfect. Default is false, so you won't be able to ask him about Golemstone until you ask him where he's from, and then he talks about Golemstone. So bit of an internal requirement for the system to know that you've gone through this dialogue choice already. Okay, perfect. So we'll throw in a page. Let's get started. Let's write about Golemstone. What was our page ID up here? Lore Loop Personal P1. This will be Lore Loop Personal P2. And then P2 L1. Oh, I come from a city called Gala. Do we want it like a city or? Little place called Golemstone. Well, not so little. Only really know the sewers. See? Ain't been around the surface that much. Humans stink. Should we say the humans stink worse than the sewers? Humans don't bathe enough. So they end up stinking worse than the sewers. Yeah, I like that. Little place called Golemstone. Well, not so little. I only really know the sewers, see? Ain't been around the surface that much. Humans don't bathe enough, so they end up stinking worse than the sewers. I feel like that will have plenty of open questions that need to be answered here. What would what would you ask of that? What would the choices be? Maybe just like Golemstone question mark. You can get more detail about that. Granted, there will be a whole section where the player can ask more about Golemstone specifically. You have a long overdue Windows update? Yeah, I do. I have a lot of updates. I'll have to do that maybe this weekend. Good thing is I can't even update to Windows 11. My CPU is too old. Thank the Lord. Yeah. I'm saved. I like this is the secret play that you have against upgrading to Windows 11. Is just have a really old CPU. You lived in the sewers? And I think the humans stink worse than the sewers. Theoretically, we could do like a separate loop here where the answers lead back to this. But we'll keep it like this for the moment. We're probably going to have to do a lot of iterations on this dialogue system. So we'll write, I think characters will really be I think if we underestimate how much time it will take to write one character, we'll be doing ourselves a disservice. Like I think I mentioned before, I worked in a game where some of the individuals on the team thought that the central UI element wouldn't take that long to make. They said a couple months at most. And I think there's a general understanding, or I guess proclivity to underestimate how much time something so core to the game is going to take. Actually, do writing yourself? Yeah, I'm doing the writing of this character myself. In the future, we would have a narrative designer and at least one writer. But I'd also like it if other members of the team could write one of the characters themselves, just so that not only can we spread out the work a bit more, but that we give everybody on the team an opportunity to add something to this game, something very central to the game's experience. So, right now I'm just writing this goblin called Spoon who lives in some sewers, and, it kind of gives me an opportunity to write a bit of a humorous character. But also maybe with a touch of sincerity, right? That he's escaped the sewer. This is very new to him. He's a bit scared. He doesn't really know what he's doing up here on the surface. Everybody seems to know more than he does, but he's still trying to, this. So we can write this. I want to write this kind of like humorous but still sincere character with a very big goal in mind, to start his own like pawn shop. I think that could be kind of fun. And yeah, I'm just writing like the flowchart of the dialogue here in Draw.io, and then I'm going to transfer it over to the data side of things. This was very hard to organize, so I want to organize it here where I can see it a bit easier, and then just start to implement it piece by piece. Oops, that's the wrong direction. Okay, so this should be ST, thief, lore loop, personal, E2, C1. We might want to spread those out a bit more too, because I think these are all going to lead to different. These might lead to different endings. For this dialogue, we'll see. We're going to write an ideal example character first, with probably way too much writing to do voice acting in a reasonable amount of time. But that means then we can trim this down, or we can find a different way to present it. But essentially everything in green, all the green boxes will be things that we will want voice acted by this golem, or this goblin character. So at a certain point, this is going to be quite a lot of lines to get voice acted. And we'll see how much it costs us. Okay, so this should be ST, thief, lore loop, personal, P2, subpage 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Subpage 1, line 1, and then these will be subpage 2 and subpage 3. But we're not going to use any AI to write. And we're not going to use any AI to voice act either. It'll be all human. Same for translations, all human. Okay. Up. Stop it. Alright, Golem Stone. What does he want to say about Golem Stone? It's a big city. I was gonna say it's a big city. Can you tell me more? You could just do the writing first and worry about the IDs afterwards. Might make it a bit easier to focus on one thing at a time. Not really. Grew up in the sewers. Never saw much of the shit up top. Just down below. Guess I saw a bit when I left for the surface though. That's another story. I mean, how do we want to say, did he, was he exiled? Did he run away? Did he just leave? Was he sent on some expedition to do something up here? I guess that could lead into just something more about what's he actually doing on the surface. Like, why is he up here? Yeah, that would be pretty nice. And I think we could then have these leading up into that too, so we could have like what are you doing up on the surface? We could also have another choice too for, like, you lived in the sewers, and that leads back into this page. It should be a separate choice though, I think. I guess not. I guess it wouldn't have to be. But how do we make this look good and not absolutely trash? Because if I connect this up to here, it's going to look a little bit weird. Unless I move it over a bit. Yeah, this should be possible. Like, I'll worry about the IDs. After we get the writing done. Humans stink worse than the sewers. Yeah, you lot never bathe. Stink worse than my cousin. You do. And he's the smelliest of our lot. Wouldn't you all bathe in sewage, though? And probably another response you could do would be... Do I smell bad? Okay, how do we want to handle this? Because I kind of want the player to be able to ask both of these questions. We could do it a little tricky. Or we lead to this, but then the choice that it has available is here. And this will lead to this one. Oh, it's gonna get a little bit weird though. No, because this would be awkward. That's not gonna work. That's gonna actually cause a loop. So we'll do it in a different way. We'll do this. It's better to do it this way anyway because we don't have to pay for additional translations on things that have already been translated. So the localizers would just copy what was written over here for down here as well. We just treat them as separate entities, but all the same thing essentially. Okay, wouldn't you all bathe in sewage though? Well, yeah, but But that don't smell that bad. It's a rich aroma. You get used to it. I smell it. This will be his chance to insult you. Would be a good insult from a goblin to a human that he thinks smells bad. You smell like my granddad's farts. That's because he ate nothing but sewage. And I think that those generally lead into each other pretty well. So in this case, we would copy these over. Okay, and these will all return to the dialogue loop. God damn it, stop doing that. You could also take players back to here. Now, we'll do it this way for now. Okay. That looks good. Let's get these sorted out. This will be you lived in the sewers. Yeah, pretty normal place to live. The humans make it for us. They even provide us with free food and water. So depraved. Free food and water will be one question. See, I prefer to live in my hut. Personally. Yeah, so I think this will work. It's gonna mess up the way that we do the IDs a little bit. But I think as long as we have this diagram to help us, why does it? Damn it, stop it. I think as long as we have the diagram, it'll be easier to implement and to see. We had like 200k in profit or in XP. I mean, if you can end up making a profit from herb lore, that's kind of, I guess, a cherry on top, but XP is kind of the core use, right? There should be a new herb lore minigame coming to OSRS soon. I don't know when, though. There were some pretty nice rewards, like a secondary pouch, so you could store secondaries in there. And when making potions, it would take from the pouch. That I'm excited for. That's gonna save a lot of banking time. The piston shit, obviously. I was making it from unfinished. But is that profit? Like you made 200k in profit? In GP? That's pretty rare. Pretty rare making profit from potions. Should seize on that while you can. All of our oddities, I suppose. We could have him say, like, I suppose. A little bit of Is that how you would write that? Suppose. Yeah. Instant sold for above GE price. Those were the 4-dose, right? The 4-dose potions? Yeah, they're selling for 6.6. 0.682 right now. I wonder why they went up so much. Interesting. Damn, Mortmire fungus is very high right now. Could be. I mean, yeah, but nobody's gonna use super energies when they could just use staminas. I don't know. Because for the amount that a super energy restores, it's just cheaper to use staminas. I didn't move this down again. Need some extra space. Okay, you'll have a chance to tome, that's pretty cool. Or I regret asking. The bottom of my foot itches. I hate this. Oh, that's better. Take off my shoes and we're gonna relax. We'll try to get some more of these choices implemented today, and then I think around like 2 p.m. we'll watch some of the Summer Games Fest trailers that I haven't seen yet. I only have seen Stalker, and I heard that there's a new trailer for Dragon Age, which I'm pretty scared about because BioWare is just a name these days. It has, as far as I know, none of the people that really made their OG titles excellent. They're all gone. So yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about Mass Effect 4. Hey, Discern, how you doing? Okay, wait. I can say I did see a little bit of the new Dragon Age trailer, and it just looks like marvels. I don't know. I don't think millennials should be allowed to write. I say as I'm a millennial writing. So on your Mass Effect disc, I'm not super worried. If they make bad games, just forget about them, right? Like we did with new Indiana Jones or Andromeda. Like, oh, how many Mass Effect games are there? 3. Only 3. 1, 2, and 3. And you know, for me, it's better than Dragon Age, because with Dragon Age, I would love to get my like fiance into Dragon Age Origins. Good game, great game, but it definitely plays very clunky. It's very clunky. It needs a remaster. It's still good, but it's not as, I don't think it's as easy, and the games don't flow as well as like Mass Effect 1 through 3. Dragon Age to Dragon Age 2, and then to Inquisition. It's like 3 completely different styles of games, and they're just, the quality is all over the place. I thought the latest indie movie was okay. There was one after Crystal Skull, right? Yeah, I didn't see the Dial of Destiny. He looks so old, man. Oh, Harrison Ford. Your loss. And then we'll just, I guess we'll just continue into a loop. We'll just do like continue. Still want a Dragon Age with Arkham style action combat. Yeah, it would be an interesting mix. I've never seen a mix like that before. Like Arkham style combat, but in like fantasy world. There's an untapped market there for sure. Yeah, I didn't see Dial of Destiny. All I know is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was just so trash. It was so bad. Right? Finally, a human understands. These will just both be continue and then go to the next page. We could arguably reuse the... was mostly fists. I feel like they could adapt the pause and command system for Mass Effect. I mean, but you had that. You had real time with pause in Dragon Age. It doesn't flow as smoothly as Arkham, that's for sure. And Inquisition's combat was just not enjoyable. Inquisition's combat was like a really bad mobile game. That's my hot take for the day. I think Dragon Age 1 had better combat. But the game played more like Witcher 1 kind of levels of jank, if you go back to it. I mean, it was kind of turn-based. It was just based on cooldowns and shit. It was just bad. Inquisition's combat was not enjoyable. It got really old. Like, the moment you were halfway through the hinterlands, you kind of saw pretty much all of your combat animations, and most fights were just kind of the same. It was, I guess MMO combat would be more reasonable to compare it to, because that game was just an MMO in so many ways. Terrible world design. Okay, that ends, this one doesn't end. This can continue, and I know you mean all of them, but I think there was more complexity in earlier game combat, and Inquisition being the most recent feels like a step down from what they had. Which wasn't much, admittedly, but it was still better than Inquisition. You liked the combat in Inquisition the most? It was at least the most flashiest, the most, I guess, it had higher production value, but I think that it was a worse implementation. I would even prefer turn-based, like XCOM style Dragon Age game. I would even prefer that. Like, you go from like XCOM style combat to exploring and open world stuff. That could be successful. Which is essentially what like Larian Studios does with their games, right? Okay, what are you doing up on the surface? We could do like a relationship requirement for this, where he doesn't want to tell you what he's doing yet. I don't know. Like God of War, but with team, I could pause and command. I feel like if I wasn't promised that, I would have been more accepting. Yeah, that's true. Especially because I think with what they did with the third-person combat of Mass Effect 3, and that felt pretty decent to some extent. I don't know. The best way I can describe Inquisition's combat feeling for me was just it felt like an MMO. It felt like I was playing Elder Scrolls Online, where it's a functional combat system, and that's it. It doesn't really do anything special. It doesn't really provide you with moments of it doesn't really provide you with tools to do anything that incredible and that awe-inspiring. It's just kind of monotone, dead stare at the screen while you're doing the combat. Not the worst parts of MMOs was the other player. See, you might like RuneScape in that case, like old school RuneScape, because you can turn off seeing other players entirely. Or you can play an Iron Man, which you can't interact with other players at all. Like, you can't trade with them or anything. So they're more like NPCs in your world. It's a solo-friendly MMO. Which is honestly one of the reasons that I like it too. It does have other players, but you don't have to engage with them. And there's an entire game mode where you're not allowed to interact with them at all. And then there are plugins to hide other players' visibility, so you can just be the only player in there. You appreciated the Inquisition. That's one of the biggest... See, that's a hot take, because most people... One of the biggest things that they hate about it was that it felt like an MMO, and less like a single-player RPG. Like, all the side quests were just grinds. The open-world areas were just checklists. They didn't actually mean anything. And it was just kind of copy-paste, same formula from section to section. The areas look beautiful, don't get me wrong. The areas look beautiful, but it was just checklists. RuneScape is designed to have people in it, that's true. But only in certain areas. You can play most of that game solo and have no problem. Up at the surface. Do we want him to tell the player? Like, what do we want him to be doing up on the surface? What is Spoon doing? I got fed up with the food quality. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that, but maybe I want this to go from, you know, he's humorous, he has some funny lines, but he also has this very vulnerable side to him and goals that he needs to accomplish. Needed something different. Sewers are nice and all. This here's an adventure. I can rob, I can kill. Do whatever the hell I want. You should be feeling very bad about all the Souls-likes being made. Maybe Inquisition was a big checklist, but at least I could play it. I feel like the whole difficulty level's bad. Dogma locked me out of games I would otherwise enjoy. I mean, I think difficulty levels are just up to the designers of the game. If they don't want to add it, they don't have to. Granted, things like I think Elden Ring is a great entry point. Elden Ring is pretty easy. It's very easy to break that game. I never got into Dark Souls or Demon Souls, but Elden Ring, oh yeah, I played that multiple times. And I bought the DLC too, so we're going to be playing that on release in 10 days. I think it's the 20th. Don't mind robbing and killing. I'm paying over 120 Australian to find out. That's fair. I mean, you can torrent the game. You can torrent it, see if you like it. If you do, you can then buy it. You find what you're looking for. Not sure who's safe to download from anymore. I think if you look up the uploads from, I think his name is this on the sites. He's a safe uploader for sure. There's also BitGirl repacks. Those are safe, 100%. If you see the game uploads from them, they're safe to download from. You could probably also get like a second-hand key from somewhere for cheap. Elden Ring might also go on sale with the new DLC release, I don't know. $30. Really? I don't know, cheap is like 200 zloty. There's not really a lot of sales for it, is there? There's 40% sales. Back during the winter sale. I think there might be a sale of Elden Ring when the new DLC comes out. They'd be stupid not to. I hate that in Poland it's actually more expensive to buy. It's so stupid. Yeah, I mean for Elden Ring it kind of makes sense because at least I think that game is worth the money. It will sell at whatever price it's set at, regardless of whether or not there's a sale. I mean, but it's also Bandai Namco, and Bandai Namco does not put their games on sale. They are very, they're a bit of a stickler in that regard. Yeah, a lot of their games just don't go on sale. I mean, like Armored Core is still the same price, and it was a good game. That was enjoyable, but it's, you know, it's been a while. It's been almost a full year since it came out. And it's just the same price. Fucking publisher. Good game, but yeah, the publisher is kind of bitchy about it. Goblins gotta eat, right? I don't really want to eat shit anymore. Unless I have to. Thanks, human. You're alright, you know? Not a whole lot of decent folk up here. But you're alright. You're alright too, Spoon. Perfect. And maybe we lead back into that here. Okay, I think they all have endings for this. Jesus Christ, there's so much writing here. Oh, fuck. It's even more complex than asking him about his name. Fucking hell. Alright. Alright, let's get the ID set up. I think that's the way we want it. Subpage 1, subpage 1. A really stupid naming convention, to be honest. Subpage 3, subpage 1. Yeah, this is really dumb. Choice 1. Choice 2. Okay, that looks good. Okay, those look good. These ones need to be done. I think what will inevitably end up having to be done is that I'm just gonna like let the narrative designer handle this. So whatever they want to do with changing up how they want to organize it is entirely their choice. And I imagine that they will have a very different idea for how they want to handle this. Which is okay. Very much okay. C2, C2. Yeah. It's kind of weird. SP1. No, this is this is really stupid. Eh. Fuck. The good thing is, the more we realize how stupid it is, the more I'm incentivized to fix it. Because these are just stupid IDs at this point. But, and this is a but with only one T in this case, we have it written, so let's implement it. should we get strings set up first? How can we export? We can't really export strings from this, unfortunately. We're gonna have to copy and paste it one piece at a time. Not the greatest. Okay, we'll start with, yes, this set. Okay. Choice one here. Okay. I mean, so far this is slow, but it is easier to do than to do it just through the data like we were doing before. So no complaints yet. Making a editor widget though would probably be something we want to look into long term. Like that's something that I think we would want to look into to make for vertical slice, is to turn this editor into an actual editor utility widget so that the writers can just work directly in Engine making flowchart like this, and it will just handle the IDs right within the editor, and you won't have to like type them, and you won't have to connect it. It'll just export it to the JSON file, or make it. So that's an in-house tool we're gonna need probably for that. Granted, I have narrative 3, and maybe that would support it too, but I haven't looked into the documentation of narrative 3, so I cannot attest to it. Okay, strings for that are implemented. Let's implement that into the data. That's gonna have to come after this. Yeah. So this will be where do you come from? Oh, I don't know if we implemented that actually. E2L1, yeah. This is this page ID, this line, and there are going to be 3 choices here. But we're starting with just this one. And that leads to this page. Suppose we can put in the other choices here, might as well. So this is page 2, subpage 1. You have 1 choice. And that leads to this page. And then this page has this line. So yeah, I do think that if the writers could just work in something like this, and then boom, it's in game, you know, or they just press save or compile, then it's just going to handle it behind the scenes. And that's a pretty, I think that's a pretty simple tool to write. We know we have the starting data, we know what the data needs to look like. It's just a matter of matching these things up, right? But that's where we would have a tools programmer kind of go through, or a generalist programmer. And I do have somebody in mind for that, but we don't have enough money to hire her, unfortunately. Makes me sad. Okay, this has 2 choices. We missed a choice actually to be writing here. I want the player to push back on him killing people. I don't think robbing and killing are morally justifiable. You do you. And I'm gonna... I'm gonna be me. Alright. Is a problem? We're gonna give the player an opportunity to deny service to him after he mentions this. I don't want to provide potions to someone with your values. Or to someone who robs and kills. Why is there a line here? Why is there a line here? The fuck? I think there's like something with the auto. Yeah, well, we will disallow arrows from this. Although for some reason it still is allowing arrows. Weird. We'll give like 3 options. It's not going to be a problem. I'm not too keen on working with someone who has no issue in those types of crimes. And then we'll just have a third one of like, yeah, I don't really give a shit what you do. I don't care what you do, just don't lead any trouble back to me. And so this will then be an option to somebody just sent me something funny. Picture of dog meat, Fallout 4, and the dog companion from Diablo 4. It's evolving but backwards. Well, and the companion in Diablo 4 isn't even going to do anything. It's just a pet, probably, right? Or can it actually like loot things for you? It triggers me so fucking hard that those aren't lined up. Hey! The fuck, why'd you go all the way down there? Okay. I want to burn potions as someone who robs and kills. You're lost then, mate. Don't come begging for a spoon. When your wallet's light then. And then this will just be like a continue. And this will be a conversation ending choice. And we'll save the value of, what is it? Beef wants to do business to false. And that way, it's going to end his encounter, and all the future encounters will be unable to be spawned. You've turned his business away permanently. Like I said, you be you, and I'm gonna be me. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And this will also just be continue, but it's going to be you know, no saved choice, of course. And then that's just going to lead back to the loop. We'll need some new thing for it being run ending. I guess, you know, it ends the character's dialogue interaction with you. Is it inverting the font color? There we go. And let's do that, fuck it. Okay, that looks good. And the last one would be, I don't care what you do, just don't lead control back to me. Spoon ain't gonna slip a word of this to anyone. Word on the sewers. This little arrangement. And you'll just respond with good. Good. Okay. I need some more space. Yeah, I like that more. Although these IDs are gonna just get absolutely stupid again. Fine. Line 1. Yeah. 2, line 1. 3, line 1. That leads to that one. Choice 1. Choice 2. Choice 3. Okay, those are written. That was after a goblin's gotta eat. ID X D X I really hate this ID system. There's too much room for error, and it just looks really stupid. It's really hard to organize. Having the system do it automatically would be much better. Okay. Where were we? SP1, SP1, SP1. This is asking him, what are you doing up on the surface? That leads to this page. Needed something different, you know. And this is where we had just the one choice originally. With the you don't mind robbing and killing. Okay, let's go up to this one first. I don't think robbing and killing are morally justifiable, personally. That is this page. This line. And we have 3 choices. Choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, subpage 1, 2, 3. And none of those do anything. The next one is going to have a bit of something. That's this page. This line, this choice, and this is a saved choice ID. I forgot it's a that'll work. Thief wants to do business. False. And this is does close dialogue. True. Okay. That handles that. Now we have the second choice, which is this one. And that's going to return to loop base. Three, 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 and base. Yes. Okay, that handles this. And we just need to do this section. Don't know if we set up this. Yeah. Yep, that looks good. So that handles everything. Hey, Implodey, scheme dedicate adding large JSON files, right? That happens. That's what we're gonna be doing for a while because we have a lot of lore to write. I might do some of it on my, I don't know. It's gonna take a long time to write this, so I'm kind of wondering, do we do that on stream or do I try to do some of that off stream? I mean, it's nice to chill and relax. It's good for my motivation and my discipline to do it on stream. But it certainly doesn't make the most interesting stream, right? Yeah, I think there will be a need to write a tool for it, for sure. I think there's going to be a potential need for that. I might work with one of my coder friends to make that into a editor utility widget. Okay, so this should cover all of this. Now we'll do this set. Like, I suppose the best way to look at this is a test of the system we have currently, and then we can iterate on it even more. Kind of feels weird playing other games in the same genre for actual research purposes. As a game designer, I do that. I've had to do that a lot, and it's like, just to one extent, it's great. Because I can just sit and play games all day. And I have an actual reason to. Hold on, I'm finding more music. But in the other realm, I have, it feels weird when people come in and they're like, they're about to sit down and do some actual work, and I'm just sitting back with a controller just playing a game or something. just how it be sometimes. 2. And this has 2 choices. Okay. There's so much lightning. We'll start with this little bit here. Be easy. This has 2 choices as well. More pages. And then these both lead back to the base. Like that. Is that correct? Yeah. I think. And this is the choice 2. This leads to P2, SB2, SB2. Yeah. Okay. That should handle all of this. If I'm not mistaken. One, two, three. Yep, looks good. Next up, this little bit. This is all, by the way, to handle 2 questions. How did you get your name and where do you come from? And all of this is the dialogue flowchart for those 2 questions. I think we need more monologues and fewer choices by the player. Like, we have to pull a... What I might do is reverse engineer and flowchart out like some of the more memorable dialogue with like a Mass Effect character, and see how they handle the flowchart for that. I do need a dialogue tool. You're not wrong. I'm gonna talk to my friend about that, and I think we can get something made. That is the importance of a prototype, right? We now have learned that we're gonna need a tool for that. I mean, we have narrative 3. I might use narrative 3. I just don't know if narrative 3 can handle some of the more advanced features that I need for my dialogue, or if it's easy for me to add in those features. So I do have this. But I actually just need to sit down and test it out. We'll see. Better try than to spend a lot of time developing something that might not be required because you have an alternative. Yeah, I mean, I'll see what its limitations are, what its capabilities are. If it's easy for me to add in more things, more conditions and rewards, that, you know, specifically the things that I need out of my system, like being able to save choices, reputation changes, closing dialogue, moving on to the next encounter, if it can handle that, cool. We'll switch over to something like that. Or if it's easier for me to make my own node-based editor and just have it export these, you know, structures, that works too. I'm in no rush, let's put it that way. I want to first use the system I have to write this character, learn what can be improved and what it works fine, and then iterate upon that system again and keep doing that until we have either an in-house tool or a tool that we're using from a plugin that can achieve our desired results. Because my goal is next year, you know, roughly in time for, not GDC, but for sure in time for Gamescom and Digital Dragons here in Poland, to have a first playable done. And the first playable does not need to have the tool in place. We just need to have an idea of what tools we're going to need to make the vertical slice. And if we know we'll need a node-based editor, and we can say, okay, narrative 3 works, or narrative 3 doesn't work, we need an in-house tool, perfect. That is one of the beauties of prototyping. I know a lot of people just want to like jump into vertical and make their game, but if you don't know what tools you need, you can waste a lot of time on production. Or worse yet, I know some developers that are working on games or have worked on games where they were constantly iterating upon tools throughout production, and they had to redo a whole lot of their work. And so that, you know, if you add that all up, they wasted effectively like 2 months worth of time because they had to redo work now that tools got updated. Holy shit. Need to jump into vertical directly because I need to write all tools myself anyways. I mean, it happens, right? That sometimes is the way it is. But I mean, your vertical essentially is just going to be this kind of mosh pit of, I guess, refactoring and reiterating. Which is a way to do it. Depending on game size, it might be okay. Okay, where was I? Yeah, that leads to this page, okay. Have we talked about what your game is, Implodey? I mean, I don't need a lot of tooling, just enough to test things out. Most stuff is procedural anyways. And if we have, don't be offended, I just have a really bad memory. choice title leads to this page. I see a lot of people on stream and we talk about a lot of games, so sometimes I can just forget stuff like that. It happens. 4X games. Okay, yes. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, very systems-driven game. Probably definitely gonna need some tools for that. What if there's been any GDC talks about the development of Civ, of any of the Civ games? Maybe there's some behind-the-scenes information about tools that could be useful. E2 SP3. Okay, yeah, this has two choices. Man, I've got to lose some weight. I'm becoming a fat fuck. And nobody says Yas Queen to fat dudes. Nobody's giving out Mr. America awards to people like me. I'm not really fat, I'm just like, I could stand to be a bit trimmer. You know, I want to be able to take my shirt off at the beach and not feel like a loser. The good thing is we have some nice gyms and I think a swimming pool nearby, so maybe I'll work that into my schedule. Swimming pool could be pretty fun. I wouldn't mind getting like some waterproof earbuds and just like listening to an audiobook while doing laps. I feel like I could burn quite a few calories just kind of spacing out and listening to some audiobooks. There's some stuff from Sid Meier directly. Oh shit, that works. Page. Okay, this leads to this page. My whole family is just like diabetes awareness poster children. So I'd like to avoid that if possible, and I think remaining healthy is going to be the best way for me to do that. Okay, that covers that. We have a very similar line of questioning here. You're in the process of losing weight as well? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get my crock pot moved over from my old apartment and just make like some soups. Because they're cheap and easy, right? And I can make like a whole crock pot full of soup and then just eat that casually. And it's easy. I just chop some shit up, throw some water and bouillon in. Done. It's a hard battle, yeah. I kind of fluctuate like this. So I lose weight and then I'll gain weight and then I'll lose weight. It's probably not healthy for me, but what I do. Okay, P2 SP3. This target page ID. Wouldn't take weight as the primary measure, especially if just starting out. Muscle can build up quickly at the start as well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, if I set this up correctly, we should have every bit of dialogue related to where does spoon come from set up. Yeah, previously back in like high school, I was really active, right? I was in sports, played a lot of like soccer, football, and I got some pretty nasty injury on my ankle, and I gained a lot of weight while trying to heal from that injury, and I was on the same diet as I was when I was active, so I just like ballooned in weight pretty fast. And then I was like hit with some depression too, and that didn't help. Then I got on track of it. I lost all that weight, and I maintained it for a good, many years. And I was probably even too skinny at that point too. I was losing muscle mass at some point. Now I'm gaining my muscle mass back because I'm a lot more active now. But I'm also overeating, and certainly drinking alcohol is providing a lot of that weight too. So I'm maintaining an unhealthy amount of weight right now, and kind of like slowly gaining because I'm just drinking and eating kind of poorly. So I just need to like remain active but cut my diet back and stop drinking as much. And I should be okay. Hit up the gym, do some swimming or something. That'll be pretty good. Let's import this and test it out, I guess. No errors with importing, that's a good thing. Couple duplicate row names. Yeah, the alcohol, it really is. It really is not good. It's not good for me. Oh yeah, there are 2 duplicates. Why is that? Oh, because technically this is subpage 2. That's why. Yeah, I drink too often. Let's just put it that way. There's no excuse that can be made for the amount of drinking that I do. None at all. Even last night I had half a liter of mulled wine and a beer. And it's like, yeah, that's as many calories as a very large meal. And on top of that, I had a meal. You're Polish? I'm living in Poland. But what else is there to do in Poland? Yeah, I mean, it's a very alcoholic country, that's for sure. There's probably duplicates in here then too. Yeah, there's 2 pages. It'll be 2. Do. Let's see how this works. In Europe in general is quite alcoholic. Yeah, it is. I just gotta cut back, start counting my calories again. I swear we changed his name to Spoon. Oh, I didn't re-import. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. I gotta re-import the regular strings. Alright, buddy. What's your... Can I ask something about you? I'd like to ask a personal question. Where do you come from? Wait, why didn't that work? Great start. Yeah, initial greeting, right? Oh, because I didn't put the... Hold on. I didn't put the target page in here. That's right. I kept it blank so it would default back to the main page. Should be fixed. An initial greeting. Error, no string. What a great start. What a great start. Why is there no string on those? Alright. Where's my loop? Did I not implement these strings? Oh, I don't think I implemented any of the strings from... We implemented the data for these two, but we didn't actually implement any strings from these. Okay, hold on. I gotta do that. I'm going off tangent to automate a lot of the processes here. I mean, it's not that we aren't going to do that. But, it's like there's a point where if I try to automate it, I'm going to be spending time doing that. If I implement it, I'm going to be spending time doing that. So where is my time, better spent? Yeah. I would just want to, implement the system for one NPC. And it's going to take a long time and it's going to be shit. But then I imagine I'll have a really good idea of, okay, this doesn't work, this works, this is okay, this is not okay. And then we can see, okay, what can we do with narrative 3? Can we then automate this into narrative 3? If so, I can basically just take this and remake all of my flowchart in narrative 3. Or if it doesn't, then I'll have all of the writing and structure to make our own proprietary editor for it. That is my copium. That is what I huff at night. Stay alive. Let's implement these strings. I'm just gonna do it on the... I'm just gonna put this on the other screen. To be fair, if I could script draw.io And I'm sure that there are... I'm nearly 100% sure that there's flowchart software out there that you can write custom scripts to export certain data. And if that exists, that would be great to know. Maybe ChatGPT knows something about it. But with Draw.io, I don't think I have that. There are plugins. I don't know. Fuck it for now, whatever. Whatever. I mean, that's really where an editor utility widget would come in handy. Which we will do at some point. I'm gonna need some play testing done for this too. Oops, that's not the right one. Narrative 3 probably is going to be our best bet if I had to... If I were a gambling man, and I definitely take some pretty big gambles, Narrative 3 is probably going to be what we're going to use. Especially because you can link audio files to the lines, you can do camera angles with that. Do choice 2. Oh, I'm copying the wrong things. Oopsies. Okay, that handles this section. Now we just need these. Shit. We have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Narrative 3 would also work pretty well because one of the voice actors that I like to work with, he has the ability to get live link data from his voice acting. So we would get accurate facial and lip movements for him speaking his lines. He'd actually be able to act it out. Yeah, there's a little bit of copy pasta here. Okay, that should be all of the strings. And we have duplicates. Okay. Where is it? Okay, no, that's okay. Yeah. Delete. Wait, do we want to have different ones for that? We could reuse the line IDs here. How do I want to do this then? Technically, the proper way to do this would be making a small dialogue loop, but it's just such a small, insignificant bit of dialogue. I kind of just copied and pasted it. Yeah, that's okay. 3. Yeah. One. Okay, now we just need to make sure that these are okay. Okay, take me to this page, please. That looks good. Looks correct. And then there's a one here that should be it's P2. Yeah, and that page ID is wrong. Should be that. Which means that the choice ID is also wrong. I don't know if we fixed that. Yeah. Alright, re-import. Try it again. Where did he come from? Okay, so we got those now. Perfect. A little place called Golem Stone. We can ask him about that. Let's go down each path here that we have. Make sure it's all working. This will lead us down and potentially end his dialogue if we want to get really nasty with him. Golem Stone. Big city. Can you tell me more? Not really. Okay, perfect. What are you doing up on the surface? Need something different. We'll ask him you don't mind robbing and killing. He was supposed to answer. There's supposed to be a page in there. Yeah, I think we missed a page. Unless I clicked it on accident. Let me reload that. He's supposed to say, Goblin's gotta eat, right? Yeah. We missed a page. It is in here. Unless it's in here twice on accident. Oh yeah, we actually we gave this. Okay, I see the problem. That's the wrong page. All right, let me fix that. Okay, this is the one with the 2 you don't mind robbing and killing. And I can respect that. This leads to the right, it's leading to the right page, but this page has the wrong choices. These are the choices of this page. Whatever. Mute it. Check this out. Initial greeting. Did we not even give him an initial greeting? I thought we did, but I guess not. Golem Stone, tell me more. What are you doing? I think that's right. Yeah, you don't mind robbing and killing, or I can respect that. We're gonna do you don't mind robbing and killing. That again led to the wrong line, the right choices. So I know the problem. This needs this. Just made a duplicate. Oopsies, don't do that. Alright, buddy. Come here. Golem Stone, what are you doing? Needed something different. Perfect. You don't mind robbing and killing. We fixed that. Look. Huh? Oh, god damn it. Whatever I just changed, it might have been wrong. Unless there's a duplicate. You find out if Flux can support your submarine use case. Not yet. Are there two uses of this? We did not check the submarine thing yet. I'm a little worried that it won't support it, but there's a way around it if it doesn't. There's a way that we can get around it. A very clever way. Where'd he come from? Golem Stone. Goblin's gotta eat, right? Okay. I don't really want to eat shit anymore. Not unless I have to. That is perfect. I'm gonna say I don't think robbing and killing are morally justifiable personally. Hey, you be you and I'm gonna be me, alright, that's a problem. And if we say this, he should go away and there will never be more goblin quests. Just runs. Oh. Okay, that's a different, won't do business. I kind of forgot we made this encounter. Why do we have this encounter? Oh, if the outcome. If the potion is bad. Yeah, but the potion... Hold on. I'm pretty sure it required that the potion be bad in the first place. Eve 2A. This is a different outcome. Right? Thief 2B, Thief 2... Oh, it's 2C. Spawn control. Stage complete. Character status alive. Potion score bad. Okay, so... It shouldn't be that way. It should be terrible because the potion score wasn't provided at all. We can find out where that's happening. For some reason, it's still adding it, even though it shouldn't be able to find the potion score at all, because we didn't provide a potion to him. So... where do we check potion? Oh, we check. Potion score. Yeah, what we need to do is if encounter not found. If encounter not found, we just need to add false, I think, to that array. And that should prevent the goblin from appearing, because a potion wasn't provided to him, so... yeah, we don't want to allow that. Now, is this forced? It is forced to top, so essentially if we don't get any thief quests after we say this to him, if we don't get any more goblin quests here, it's working. Yeah, so it's warrior, okay, perfect. Alright, bug fixed. Well, that's good. Good. That's the only one that's really going to provide a case where we have to restart in order to test it, so let's go through the other dialogue options. Golem stone. And we're going to say number 2. It's not going to be a problem. Like I said, you be you and I'm going to be me. Perfect. I'm going to slip a word of this. Good. What's the next one? Oops. And we're going to say, I can respect that. Hope you find what you're looking for. Shit. It did not go to the right page. Did we not implement this? Ooh, is there a duplicate? Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, I know why it's like that. Right again. When did we plan to work on that submarine game? When was the first day? I gotta write more of that story. Trying to do it in my free time. Okay, July 12th was when we wanted to start with some of it. It's like 1 month. I have 1 month to write a short story. Okay, I can do it. I guess we just didn't write the page for this at all. It's kind of weird. Do we have the line for it? We do. We have the line of the choice. Yeah, what a nightmare of organization. Maybe tomorrow we can look at into narrative 3. Thanks, human. You're alright. Well, you're alright too, Spoon. Okay. I think that's everything related to Gollum Stone asked. Next would be, you lived in the sewers. Pretty normal place to live. Looks good. Free food and water. I regret asking. That's pretty cool. Okay, that looks good. Where to live in my hut. That looks great. And the last one is the humans stink worse. It looks perfect. It's all working. All of this is functional. And it took us about like 4.5 hours. So I would say 4 hours we could say, because there was about 30 minutes of just, doing shit. So 4 hours to write this much dialogue and implement it. That's definitely better than it was for this amount. So it is an improvement using the flowchart. But a lot of our time is wasted on organization and bug fixing. Like testing it. Which is where narrative 3 would probably, because it handles the IDs behind the scene, it would work better. So I would say that that's our next step, is to look into that and implementing it, for ignoring voice lines, facial expressions, any of that. We care about the system. Now that we have the system and we know what we want the system to do, but it would require a pretty big overhaul to the way that we handle dialogue and encounters. It would be a refactor, essentially, if we wanted it to go that way. So I think tomorrow we'll just make a dummy project, we'll open it up, we'll test it out, take a look into it, ignore everything related to our project, and just see if it has the functionality to do what our system does. If we can do it that way, then we'll do whatever refactor is necessary. If it can't, we will do something proprietary. I think that that's my current view of it. And in the meantime, because I said we would do it today, we will go on Games Recap IO and watch some of the trailers that I missed. There's a lot already. Oh, can I filter this just by... Yeah, I can. Jesus, there's already been this many? We'll do it. Alright, let's save what we have then. I'm proud of the progress we've made, but we need to think about things, which is fine. We know the dialogue system and the NPCs are one of the most, if not the most important part of our game. I think it adds the most, so we will spend the most amount of time making sure that it works correctly, that it has the functionality that we need, and provides the player experience that we're looking for. We're just going to take it slow. We have no real time frame here, except for by roughly May of next year, I want to have the first playable fully done. So, do we have enough time for that, even with working on our submarine game? I think so. And Elden Ring. I mean, like, this is mostly Cauldron Chronicles in this month. Next month, sorry, we're in June. August is mostly Cauldron Chronicles. September is pretty much all submarine game. So we'll find a good place to, like, stop Cauldron Chronicles for a month and say, okay, let's let it rest, let's take a break, let's work on a quick game, and then October, finishing up submarine, going back to Cauldron, and then next year. I think it's pretty good. We have more than enough time. And our goal for first playable are 3 characters fully implemented with the writing. We don't need voice acting, but I'd like to have some voice acting for one character so that we can get a sense of what it should look like and feel like, and if it feels good to interact with this character and talk with them. I guess our golden standard is going to be, is it as interesting and cinematic as, or is it just going to feel interesting and roughly as cinematic as other games in the same kind of genre? And if so, we're good. We can then plan it for Vertical Slice and have those 3 characters fully voiced, properly cinematic in our Vertical Slice too. So yeah, let's take a break for today. I will update this. Added more dialogue for Spoon, our goblin. And fixed a couple of issues in the abandoned mine. A couple of map issues. And fixed issue with potion score requirement for encounter spawning. Alright, we're good. Let's close these. Don't save. Let's watch some trailers. I will update the category. Just chatting. Okay. Gunboat God Worship. Oh my god, there's so many. I kind of wish it showed developers on here too. So I guess it started back with the Warhammer show? State of Play. Oh yeah, because then there was the State of Play. I didn't see anything from State of Play. I haven't seen anything from Warhammer. But I mean, Warhammer 3 is already released, same with the Vermintide 2. So what are these? Somebody can tell me. I'm not like super into Warhammer, so somebody can tell me. PC announcement trailer for God of War. We don't need to watch that. Gameplay reveal for Concord Firewalk Studio. Where do I know Firewalk Studios from? Oh, probably from that trailer from last year. Alright, we'll watch that. Talisman, Infinity Nikki. What is this? Ballad of Antara. It's just an announcement trailer, so there's no gameplay. Behemoth gameplay reveal. Oh, is this VR? Okay. A new Alien game. Path of Exile 2. Console announcement. Okay, whatever. We already knew about that. New Astrobot. Monster Hunter Wilds. Silent Hill 2. Where Winds Meet. Watch these. Do I want to make a new... You know what? I'm going to play it safe. And we're going to make a new YouTube recording for this. Just in case something gets me blocked. It'll be easier to edit out of this than it will be for my full thing. So